साहेब गुड मॉर्निंग. साहेब नमस्ते.
हा नमस्कार. नमस्कार.
नमस्ते नमस्ते. फक्त ते कीनोट पर्सन आहेत ते जॉईन होत आहेत नायजेरियावरून. 1-2 मिनिटातच सुरू करूयात आपण. बाकी सगळे जॉईन झाले.
ठीक आहे, कारण काय झालं, मी ट्रॅव्हलिंग मध्ये आहे.
हो 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 हो
जॉईन झाले की मला सांगा, मग आपण स्टार्ट करू.
हो हो अगदी 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 हो.
तुम्ही सुरुवात करा प्रस्तावनाची.
हो 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 सर. हो सर करतो.
ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे.
ओके ओके ओके. प्रवासात साहेब हो मी सांगतो एकदा. हॅलो अविनाश. हॅलो
हॅलो
हॅलो. हा अवी सुरू करूयात. हा सुरू करतोय आता. हा हा सुरू करतो. हो रंजन सर सुरू करेंगे.
हो सुरू करा.
Sure.
ओके ओके. हा डोरे सर करा सुरू.
Okay, sir.
हा अविनाश सुरू केले बघा.
Okay. Good morning to all. I'm Dr. Prashant Saure, the convener of this international conference. Welcome all of you in this one-day international conference organized by Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's College of Arts Bhigwan and Rangapara College Assam, on the topic Changing Perspectives of Language, Literature, Science and Social Science. I'm very happy to welcome the chief guest of inauguration function, Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil Sahib, former Minister of Cooperation and Parliamentary Affairs, Maharashtra State. I welcome Dr. Babalola Ideal Samuel, the keynote address speaker, renowned educationist and research scholar from Nigeria. I welcome chairperson of this session, Principal Dr. Sakharam Patil sir, ex-BOS chairman of Zoology, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. I welcome Dr. Charu Sahariya Nath, Honorable President of Rangapara Education Society, Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir, Principal Rangapara College, Assam, Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun sir, Convener Rakesh Chandra Sarkar sir, Professor Santosh Mane sir, and all the dignitaries. I welcome all the guests by offering a virtual bouquet. Friends, we are here for one-day international conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science and social science. First of all, I thank all the participants for giving us an overwhelming response by sending their research papers. As we all know that today the world is going through a very critical crisis due to COVID-19. Due to COVID-19, health, environment, science, technology, everything is changed. Already due to modernization, there are great change in the lifestyle of people. So it is an urgent need to discuss on the topic of changing perspectives of all the fields. So by coming together, Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's College of Arts and Rangapara Education Society's Rangapara College, Assam, we have decided to organize this international conference. Without spending much time, I request Honorable Principal Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir to give an introductory speech. Dr. Ranjan Kalita sir, Principal, Rangapara College, Assam.
Thank you, Prashanji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning and welcome to the International E-Conference on changing perspective of language, literature, science, and social science. Respected Honorable Harshavardhan Patilji, former Minister of the Government of Maharashtra, renowned scholar, researcher, Babalola Ayodele Samuelji from Nigeria, South Africa, Dr. Sukhram Patilji, Honorable Chairperson of the session, Dr. Mahadev Walnus, the Principal of the Arts College of Bigban, Dr. Prashant Choudhary, and Dr. Santosh Mane, convener of the program and the key person of the program, Dr. Ranendra Mohan Dekaji, the Vice Principal of Rangapura College, Honorable Chairperson and Resource Person of different technical session, respected faculty members of Arts College of Bigban and Rangapura College, respected research scholars and participants. In this virtual platform, we have connected with very renowned resource person from different part of the world and different part of the India. They will discuss about the changing perspective of language, literature, social science, etc. This is the time of COVID pandemic that have been never dreamed of. In India, more than 150 million 1.5 million educational institutions closed down due to COVID pandemic. More than 300 million students are affected from pre-primary to university level due to COVID pandemic. Though there are many negative impacts from the COVID-19 outbreak on the field of education in India as well as over the world. But there were also some positive impact on this field, which could take the education system and its method a step higher. The pandemic has opened gaps to innovative methods of transmission of knowledge across the globe. I would like to point out few positive impacts of COVID-19 outbreak. Number one, move towards blended learning. All education institutions from pre-primary to university level now move towards blended mode of learning, that is online learning and classroom learning. Number two, enhance the use of soft copy of learning materials. During the pandemic period, were not able to collect the hard copies of study materials, and it is bound to e-materials or soft materials. Rise online meetings. The pandemic has created a massive rise in virtual meetings, webinars, e-conference, etc. Improvement of collaborative work. There is a new opportunity where collaborative teaching, I think someone unmute, please mute the microphone. Asanji, some noise are coming. Okay.
Okay.
There is a
Good morning.
Babalala sir, please unmute yourself. Babalala sir, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. There is a new opportunity where collaborative teaching, learning, collaborative academic activities can take place on new online forms. Collaboration also can happen among teachers and students across the world. But someone
Okay, can I stop now?
Hello.
Babalala sir, please mute your mic, sir.
Oh. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, good morning, everyone.
Okay, it is the tragedy of online platform. I think it is a tragedy. Okay. Collaboration also can happen among teachers and students across the world to benefit from each other. Today, this international e-conference is organized by jointly two colleges, one from southwest part of India, Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's College of Arts, Bigban, Pune, and another from northeast India, this corner of India, which is Rangapara College from Assam. This collaboration also can be considered as a positive impact of COVID-19 outbreak. This is the beginning. I hope both the colleges will take more collaborative effort in academic program, in organizing academic program in near future also. This initiative has engaged multiple expert resource person from different part of world. We have resource person Babalola Samuel, connected from Nigeria, Dr. Alokpal, being connected from Bangladesh, Dr. Ashok Hanjagi from Bangalore, India. We have connected our honorable chairperson from next technical session, Dr. Roshana Rasek, Dr. Jutiram More, and Dr. Devendra Parikh. I am sure this international webinar will be very successful, fruitful. Finally, I am thankful to Dr. Mahadev Walnus, the principal of Arts College of Bigban, Dr. Prashant Soure, Santosh Mane, and all the faculty members of Arts College Bigban, and my colleagues, Rakesh Sarkar, our Honorable Vice Principal, Dr. Deka, and all faculties and participants. With this few words, I would like to conclude my introductory speech. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us. Thank you. Over to Prashantji.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. A very proper introduction and which show the direction of this international conference. One more point you mentioned in your introductory speech that the two colleges from different part of India are coming together. And though there are so many negative impact of COVID-19, yet we have taken into consideration COVID-19 in a positive way. And how can education system run? So this is the best example we are showing through this conference. So thank you, sir. I welcome Dr. Babalola, sir, from Nigeria. He joined this conference. He's the keynote speaker of this international conference. Now, I welcome Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil, sir, who is the chief guest of this inauguration function. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce such a grand personality who is available for us for today's inauguration function. Honorable Patil Sahib, he is the president of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Shri Shivaji Education Society, Shahaji Pratishthan. These are the leading educational institutes in Pune district and Maharashtra. He is former minister of Maharashtra state. He is one of the few ministers who presided as minister for 4 consecutive terms in the government of Maharashtra. He had shouldered the responsibility of Minister of State for Agriculture, Minister for Marketing, Minister for Employment Guarantee Scheme, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and Minister for Cooperation. He is honored as the Best Parliamentary Affairs Minister award by the President of India, Pratibha Patil. He has made significant contribution in the development of Indapur, Pune, and Maharashtra. He is known as a studious, cultured, sensitive leader of Maharashtra. He has written a book, Vidhana Gatha, which gives information about the workings of the assembly. Today, we have a creative writer, sensitive person, a cultured politician, a good administrator, studious educator, multifaceted personality, Honorable Harshavardhanji Patil, as the chief guest for the inauguration function of this international conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. Sahib, I welcome you and request you to deliver inaugural speech. Thank you. Honorable Harshvardhanji Patil Sahib.
साहेब अनम्यूट केलेले नाही, आवाज येत नाही.
Yes. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
आवाज येतोय?
हो सर, हो सर.
Yes.
Good
Can you hear
morning.
me? Yeah. Good morning, all my friends. I am Harshvardhan Patil, President of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Indapur, Maharashtra. I really, it gives me a pleasure to welcome all of you on the occasion of one-day Multidisciplinary Online International Conference, jointly organized by Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Big One, and Rangapara College, Amribari, Assam. Dr. Babulala Ayudela Samuel, the keynote speaker of the online conference, who joined from Nigeria. Principal Dr. Sakaram Patil, chairman of this inaugural session. Dr. Charu Saharia Nath, president of Rangapara Society, Assam. Dr. Rajan Kalita, principal, Rangapara College, Assam. Our principal, Dr. Mahadevara Waluns. Dr. Prashant Chaure, who is the coordinator of this conference. Dr. Rakesh Sarkar, Professor Santosh Mane, and all our professors, research scholars, and students who joined in this conference from all over the world. At the outset, I would like to announce that this international conference has been inaugurated. Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, I want to just brief in a very short manner that this institute was founded in 1938, and now we having 2 to 3 colleges, we are having some high schools, and approximately 15,000 students are working in our campus. And basically, we are based on rural education, and our priority is mainly for rural students, especially who come from backward community, who come from poor families, and from the drought-prone area, from project-affected area. So this is the way we are trying to give a good education for new generation. Other institutes also we have, and we are basically doing a good job for educations. So this was a very short introduction from our society. First of all, I congratulate to all the organizers for organizing this conference on the very important topic of changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. I think this is a very important topic which has been selected. In the present time, there is a need of discussion and research on such important topic. All of you are aware this conference is interdisciplinary. Everyone is able to participate in the conference. It is a matter of great pleasure that the researchers and scholars from India and abroad are participating in this conference. It is very commendable that the academic facilities are taking such an initiatives in the midst of the terrible crisis of epidemic of corona. In order to defeat corona, we have to preserve with restraint and confidence and find such new alternates. Today, radical changes are taking place in all areas of life. In fact, change of the law of nature. So the topic of this conference, changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science, is very valuable in today's perspectives. Corona is causing a lot of sudden changes in all areas. We all are aware of these things. This has confused the world. We don't even have time to recognize and understand the changes. So such conferences are more important to deal with the challenges. We have to move forward by accepting the changes, new technology, and new challenges. I am very happy that approximately 180 researchers have submitted their research papers for this conference. It is very important that they are being published. It will be available to future researchers. The book of collection of research papers will be used as a reference book. The success of this conference is due to the fact that such a large number of researchers have been thoughtfully. Corona and the new education policy are also bringing about radical changes in the field of education. Technology has become more important. Big changes are taking place in traditional education. Against this backdrop, colleges from different states and nations will have to come together and work in the future. The forerunners of this change are our College of Arts and Bhigwan and Rangapara College, Assam. It is safe to say that these two colleges have been started looking at the future in a real sense. I really feel very proud and happy that all the experts, mentors, teachers, researchers, students who have taken participate in this one-day conference, definitely this conference, because this topic is very important. I really congratulate our principal, Dr. Waluns and Prashant, then all the other team. They have done a wonderful job because all of you are aware the lockdown is partly lifted, but still we are facing lots of problems. We are also in a worrying stage. The third epidemic spell, anytime it can happen. So this online education, the new technology for the education for the students, and what is happening in our country, in our state, and around the world, definitely we have to see that a radical change has to be performed in the field of education. Lastly, I really congratulate the college which has been this Rangapara College from Assam, because Assam is in northeast and we are in the south. I have really visited many times in Assam. The Assam people are really very good people. They love the country. They love the new developments. And it's our pleasure that are working together, hands in hands, to see the new changes in education. Not too much of a time. This conference, changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science, is definitely going to give a boost for the future education facility. Lastly, I just want to comment. You please take care of all of yourself, your family, all the students, because we have lost many of our friends. We have lost many of good people due to this corona in our country across the world. So once again, I congratulate all of you and I declare that my inauguration speech and this conference is open for a one-day discussion. Thanks for all of you joining, and really thanks Dr. Waluns and all his team who have done a good effort to organize all this one-day seminar. So good luck, best luck. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Saib. Thank you, Saib. Your presence and guidance is always enlightens us. You are always positive, and in this pandemic situation also, that how you show that how the people has to take their care. One more point, you noticed in your inaugural speech that these two colleges are the forerunners of the change, and the educational institutes and all the faculties has to accept this change. So thank you for encouraging us, guiding us. For this keynote address speaker conference, Dr. Babalal Idol Samuel from Nigeria, South Africa is present here. I welcome Dr. Babalala Idol Samuel sir in this international conference on changing perspectives of language, literature, science and social science. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Babalala Idol sir. He is from Nigeria and he is the keynote speaker of today's international conference. Babalala Idol Samuel sir is a young parasitologist with a very keen interest in malaria, epidemiology and control. Presently, he is working in the Department of Pure and Applied Science, Federal University of Agriculture, Ogun State, Nigeria. He is a well-known young scientist in Nigeria and African continent. He has completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Zoology and Master of Science degree in Parasitology. He has completed his PhD in Zoology. He has completed 3 research projects, especially on malaria, and several other research projects are ongoing. He is currently working on different aspects of malaria. He also has carried out studies on neglected tropical diseases. He has been involved in both laboratory and epidemiological research.
Sir, your mic is muted, sir. Please unmute yourself. Sir, please unmute yourself.
चौरे सर आवाज येत नाही चौरे सर.
Okay. Okay. Today we have Dr. Babalala Idol Samuel sir from Nigeria as the keynote address speaker of this international conference, Changing Perspectives of Language, Literature, Science and Social Science. Dr. Babalala Idol is a young parasitologist with a keen interest in malaria, epidemiology and control. Presently, he is working in the Department of Pure and Applied Zoology, Federal University of Agriculture, Ogun State, Nigeria. He is a well-known young scientist in Nigeria and African continent. He has completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Zoology and Master of Science degree in Parasitomology. He has completed his PhD in Zoology. He has completed 3 research projects, especially on malaria, and several other research projects are ongoing. He currently is working on different aspects of malaria. He also has carried out studies on neglected tropical diseases. He has been involved in both laboratory and epidemiological research of parasitic diseases. He has 14 publications in peer-reviewed journals to his credit. Dr. Babalala Idol sir is the member of 4 professional bodies, including American Society for Microbiology, Multilateral Initiative for Malaria, Public Health and Parasitology Society of Nigeria, Pan-Africa Society for Mosquito Control. He is honored by 5 different bodies by giving him awards. He has attended several national and international conferences. He is a member of Technical Committee for Annual Operational Plan Development for Ogun State Malaria Elimination Program. Friends, today we are here, a young scientist, a sensitive researcher who is doing research which is useful to the society. Instead of spending much time, I request Dr. Babalala Idol sir from Nigeria to start his presentation, to start his keynote address speech. Thank you. Dr. Babalala Idol sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Babalola Ayodele Samuel, and I'll be talking on changing the narrative of developing countries in area of science, the era of global progress in scientific solutions. It is the fact that and cultural development of society is due to science and innovations. The fact is that with inventions of science, man's life has become easier. I believe everybody will agree with me, and more comfortable. Science has given man the prediction power about diseases and seasons. And similarly, due to science and technology, everyone can know about the other who is 1,000 miles away, sitting from this one. An example is sitting down at different parts of the continent, and everybody is gathering to talk. That is how powerful science can be. And after the Second World War, a small technical elite arose in developing countries such as India, Pakistan, Brazil, and Iraq, who had been educated as scientists in the industrialized world. However, they venture into maritime project type enterprises such as nuclear energy, electronic, pharmaceutical, or space research with a conscious effort to compete with the developed countries. These researches mostly involve mobilization of thousands of technicians, and at the end of the day, it costs several $1 million, yet they end up failing to meet demands. This situation leaves majority of developing countries in abject poverty, poor economic growth, lack of basic amenities and infrastructures, lack of good and sound education for many years. But this is what we fail to understand, that the scientific development does not necessarily translate to possession of nuclear weapons or the capability to launch satellites. Rather, it requires modern agriculture, industrial system, and education. The technical elites naively believe that spin off from their nuclear energy or space program will somehow convert their countries to the 20th century industrialized states. Instead, there were heavy economic and political costs. For example, in India, such programs led to development of nuclear weapons, which only encouraged Pakistan to do the same. While many basic human needs, such as health and education, were not given the needed support. This is where we are currently. It is not far-fetched. There is no smoke without fire. Let me say here that where there is adequate science, living standard will greatly improve. If we are at the right phase in science, then we shouldn't be called developing countries. This means we are still lagging behind in scientific development at global level. Though some countries are now trying to solve their issues based on their own peculiarities. For example, Brazil is now developing methanol from agricultural products, and they are using it to fuel their automobiles. And this has greatly reduced the cost of importing gasoline and some other petroleum products. And they are getting closer to meeting up to the advancement in science that we see today. However, some countries, especially most African countries, are not even within the radar of scientific development. And a lot of factors are agitating against growth in the area of science in developing countries. These factors include, but not limited to, number one, lack of political will by government. Number two, in developing countries, government goals and the demand side are often lacking. As a result, university and research have become of the country. Also, another factor is that heavy government bureaucracy has wound up cultivating whatever science and technology is fashionable in developing countries. So, and if we are going to wait for the time when such competence will trigger development in a manner, it will just be like we are waiting, but nothing will happen. So we have to step up our game. We have to stand in the front line to ensure that we save our country, our continent in the area of science. And this can be done by intellectuals, by researchers, by academics. A further challenge for developing countries is the emigration of highly educated and skilled workers to developed countries. As we can see now, a lot of brains, a lot of people are moving out of developing countries to developed countries to go and develop further the countries that already developed. And this will result in what we call brain drain. When those that are skilled, that are knowledgeable, are leaving the country to another country, such country will face what we call brain drain. And that is the problem we are facing in the era of science, even in developing countries today. The rate of emigration is very high. So those are the factors that are mitigating against growth and development of science in developing countries. Then what are the way forward? How do we change this narrative? How do we change this perspective? This work is committed to you and I. Let us do our bit. Let us work very hard in order to be able to correct this anomaly. Number one is that there should be commitment of funding to science through prioritization of developing countries and establishment of graduate research institutes driven by local needs and trend in globalization. So we need to develop a habit of committing more fund and prioritizing developing countries. And if possible, to establish graduate research institutes that will be solving our own local problems, not trying to necessarily compete with developed nations. Let us solve our problems first. Let us try to improve life, quality of life in developing countries by solving our whole local problem. Nigeria's problem is different from India's problem, is different from Brazil's problem, is different from Ghana's problem. So let us solve our problem locally. Then if quality of life is improved through such research, then we are getting closer to change. There should be sustainable partnership in developed countries. You cannot isolation. We have a lot of brains out there. When we have collaboration with them, then we can rub minds together. Then that we also encourage creation of conductive intellectual environments to take their sabbatical study leave in developing countries, and even encourage us to return eventually. Also, there should be an ethnically and culturally diverse peer review approach in international recognized journals to encourage the communication of scientific ideas regardless of their sources. Part of the problem we face in science in developing countries is that there is a kind of marginalization. Country, because it's coming from Africa, because it's coming from India, because it's coming from somewhere, you see, they reject, they treat your publication like there's no substance in it. All those things must be stopped if we want to move forward, especially in developing country. Irrespective of where the paper is coming from, it should be given careful consideration. And number 4 is that we also need assistance of international courier companies in the shipment of equipment, laboratory, support materials, spare parts, books, and other supplies. Also, there should be also facilitation of science communication in developing countries. There is a bridge between researchers. Hello? There is a bridge between researchers and the grassroots, those that needed the outcome of the research, companies, developers, and the likes. Those bridges should also be filled. So there should be a kind of communication strategy in developing countries to access information resources, development of libraries, equipment of libraries, and the government should try to take the necessary steps to strengthen and enforce copyright laws to prevent this mechanism. Also, we should also try to strengthen existing science efforts and infrastructures if we want to change the narrative of science in this era of global advancement. Dear colleagues, at this junction, I want to say that we can change the narrative of science in developing countries, especially in this era of global advancement in science, if we all put hands on deck to make things happen. Thank you everyone for the audience, and I've come to the end of the keynote address for this year conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your speech is really a thought-provoking one, and you have raised a basic question that why the developing countries are developing and why developed countries are developed. So the basic difference between these two countries is the development in the field of science and technology. So that is a very important issue you have raised in the keynote address speech. And how can not only raised this issue but also had given a solution on this, that is solve the problem of the people and develop the quality of life. If you do this, then and then the people will not move to the developed countries, and if the quality people will live in the developing countries, the countries will definitely develop, development will be there. So that is a very important issue you have raised. Now, the chairperson of this session is Dr. Sakharam Patil sir. Dr. Sakharam Patil sir is the chairperson of this inaugural session. He is a well-known educationist, a very disciplined administrator. Presently, he is working as the principal of Dada Saheb Godse Arts, Commerce and Science College, Vaduz, District Satara. He has 32 years experience of teaching, research and administration. He is ex-chairman of Board of Studies of Zoology, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. He has published several papers in national and international journals. He had worked as an organizing secretary of 3 international, 7 national, 10 state level, 7 district level conferences. He has visited France, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore for academic and research work. He is a life member of 17 national and international educational bodies. He is a recipient of 19 awards. He is honored by Rotary Club of Pune as the Best Principal Award. 9 students has completed PhD under his guidance. He has completed 2 major and 1 minor research project funded by UGC and Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune. He has written 14 textbooks and 5 reference books. He is editor of 5 research journals. So we have such a grand personality as the chairperson of this inaugural function. I request Dr. Sakharam Patil sir to guide us. Thank you, Dr. Sakharam Patil sir.
Good morning to one and all. Honorable,
good morning, sir.
Good morning. Honorable Chairman of this International Multidisciplinary Conference, the President and the former Minister of Government of Maharashtra, the inaugural guest of today's conference, Honorable Harshvardhan Patil Sahib, Honorable keynote speaker, Honorable Babalola Samuel, a great parasitologist, zoologist, and is working in the field of malaria, which is essential to all in the world, from Nigeria. The organizer of both the colleges, the principal of Rangapara College, Rajan sir, principal of College of Arts, Big One, my friend, and a dynamic personality, Principal Mahadev Varun sir, the convener and coordinators of this conference, resource person of the conference, and dear participants. First, I congratulate both the colleges. They organize such a good event in such a pandemic situation. They collaborate both each other, and the choice of the topic is very good. That is the changing perspectives of language, literature, science, and social science. So I congratulate them to organize such a multidisciplinary conference. Honorable Chairman Sahib also told that Harshvardhan Patil Sahib informed us how the Institute of the Indapur Taluka Khed Shikshan Prasarak Mandal work in a rural area and provide education to the poor families and the backward classes. As per that, in such a pandemic situation, it is essential to know the difficult situation, but they guide us, all the teachers of the Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's colleges to organize such an event, and it is essential, it is useful to the researchers, students, and the society. And the keynote speaker from Nigeria, Dr. Babalola, is a parasitologist. He is now working in the Department of Pure and Applied Zoology, Agriculture University, Nigeria. So he also advised us, to give some the thoughts to us to how to think about, I compare with the developing and developed countries. Regarding all, it means that from the infrastructure or how to work in the different fields, including from the agriculture, education, and how to develop the society. And during this pandemic situation, why it is essential to work on such a particular topics. He also guide us in all the same. Now, the Babalola will also inform us about the different diseases, particularly how they cause the damage. And he also informed us peculiar that we have to start the graduate laboratories or the research laboratories. Means that the young students, if they work in such a graduate laboratories, and their work is essential to the society for the development. So I congratulate all the organizers, and also thanks to the organizers, they give me an opportunity to chair the session. Thanks to all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Patil sir, for making an appropriate remark on the keynote address. That is, as we had seen, that you are working in this field, and we all know that how you are a good researcher, a fantastic administrator, and you are always an inspiration and encouragement for all the young professors throughout the Maharashtra. So thank you for giving a quality time to us. Thank you. And now we are in the final stage of this inaugural session. I request Principal Dr. Mahadev Varun sir, Principal College of Arts, Big One, to propose vote of thanks of this inaugural session. Dr. Varun sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all of you. I have been given an important responsibility to thank the guest of inaugural session. I would like to thank the President of Indapur Taluka Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Honorable Harshvardhan Patil, for giving time out of this busy schedule to inaugurate this online international conference. In fact, it will not have been possible to carry out such as initiative without their support and encouragement. Thank you, Saib. Thank you, sir. The keynote speaker of this conference, Dr. Babalola Samuel, in his keynote address, spoke on the topic and had given justice to it. The views expressed by him in his speech are important and present scenario. Thanks for giving your precious time and sharing your valuable views. Thank you, sir. I thank my friend Dr. Sakaram Patil, sir, the chairperson of this inaugural session, from the bottom of my heart for discussing the opportunity of new research in his presidential speech. Thank you, sir. Finally, I thank Dr. Charu Saryanath, Honorable President of Rangapara Society, Dr. Ranjan Kalika, Principal Rangapara College, Assam, Convener Dr. Prashant Saure, Dr. Rakesh Sarkar, Dr. Santosh Mane, all participants and professors, non-teaching staff of our college and Rangapara College, who trying hard to make this conference successfully. Thank you, all of you. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you, Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun, sir. Now, the first session is completed here. In this session, we have a very interesting and useful sessions. Doctor, of all the persons had given fantastic speeches. Here, the first session is comes to an end, and soon I request Professor Gadekar sir to start the second session of this conference. Professor Gadekar sir.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon to this. First of all, I am welcome to the chairperson of this session, Dr. Jyotirao Mure. Welcome, sir. Then the resource person, Dr. Alak Paul, and welcome all the participants of this conference. Now, I will welcome and request to Dr. Lakshmi Musahari Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, Rangapara College, Assam, to introduce our person, Dr. Jyotirao Mure, and resource person, Dr. Alak Paul. Please, Dr. Lakshmi Madam.
Good afternoon to one and all present. Am I audible, Dr. Prashant?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Lakshmi Musahari from Physics Department, Rangapara College. Thank you, Professor Padmakar, for giving me the opportunity to introduce the guest of the second session. This session will be chaired by Dr. Jyotirao Mure, who is currently Board of Studies Chairman in Geography, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and also he is a head in the Department of Geography, BJS College, Wagholi, Pune. He has over 42 research publications in many reputed journals, and along with 12 number of books. Until date, he has guided many research students, and that includes 8 PhDs, 6 MPhils, and many research projects as well. He is a member of many associations such as Academic Council, Faculty, RRC, BUTR, SPPU, GIS, and many more. Most importantly, He's an active social worker, primarily focusing on earthquake, flood affected people. And he has a great contribution towards teaching, and hence in 2017 he received the Best Teacher Award from Savitri by Pune University. Thank you, Jyotirmoy More sir, for joining with us. The coronavirus outbreak is a global pandemic now. This is a difficult and very challenging situation for all of us. So, how to have a strategic preparedness and a response to the outbreak of the COVID-19 is what our speaker of this session will be sharing his expertise with us for the next 30 minutes. About the speaker, he is currently working as a professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies at the University of Chittagong, Bangladesh. He received his Master of Science from Dhaka University and PhD from University of Durham, UK. For the last 20 years, he has been an empirical geographer, a true researcher, and a great teacher. And through one of his studies, he establishes how place play a very important role in shaping and reshaping the life of people or an environment. And he has over 40 research publications, peer-reviewed research publications in many reputed journals, along with 7 book chapters, and many authored and edited books as well. So with all the love and joy in your heart, join me as we welcome the speaker of this session, Dr. Alok Paul. So with all the, without any delay, may I now request the speaker of this session, Dr. Alok Paul, to please continue with your session of presentation. The mic is all yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir, yes.
You're
Okay.
audible, sir.
Okay. Can I request to Shantosh to present my presentation? Just operate the presentation slides. Honorable convener of this international online conference titled Changing Perspective of Language, Literature, Science and Social Science. The respected honorable principal of Booth College, keynote presenter, chief guest, all chairman of this session, all respected professors, participants, and distinguished guests. Before telling something, I welcome you all to my presentation. First of all, I would like to say something about me. My name is Alok Pal. Basically, I'm a student of geography. Now I'm a faculty member in the Department of Geography of Chittagong University, Bangladesh. Chittagong is actually a land port of Bangladesh, main land port of Bangladesh. So seaport of Bangladesh. Anyway, then actually I joined in Chittagong University in 2001, and in 2005 I went to UK for pursuing my PhD. Then come back in 2009. I have been working on public health issues for a long time, and for last 1.5 years actually, I managed to complete some work on COVID issues. Basically, I like to work on, as I mentioned earlier, on public health issues. So I'm going to my slides straight away. So my title is Understanding and Response to Outbreak of COVID-19 in Bangladesh, Implications for Mitigation Measures. So, and what we will discuss today in our presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. First of all, we will say something about the global situation of COVID-19. Then we'll talk about something about COVID-19 in Bangladesh. What about the situation? Then I will share some research findings, what we actually found or explored about the awareness issues regarding poor people's understandings, response, vaccine issues, livelihood issues, mental stress, and some mitigation measures. So, what about the global health threat, COVID? We know all that COVID-19, which is another name of coronavirus, dubbed as SARS-CoV-2, first reported in December 2019 in Wuhan, China, which actually spread all over the world by the middle of February. And COVID has thrown global public health into a turmoil by severely straining by healthcare systems of the world, irrespective of countries. So the rapid movement of epicenter actually moved from China to Iran. So next slide, please. Okay, Iran, then Iran to Europe. We know some about the facts in which actually the fatality issues in Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France, especially. So then the epicenter moved to USA from Europe, then Brazil, and to South Africa, now in India, and some other countries. So the virus is actually causing loss of lives, impacting global economy and disrupting the social life. Next slide, please. Okay, all countries actually are have been facing this pandemic, and this contagious nature of this virus actually affecting all over the world. So one of the challenge is this virus actually making people of people adopt to personal hygiene, social distancing, and self-quarantine practice, which are all related to awareness. So, and right now, up to June 21st, 2021, 178 million people just confirmed case by COVID-19, and 4 million people, we lost already 4 million people, so globally. So next, so what about the situation of Bangladesh? Bangladesh is one of the densely populated countries, especially in South Asia. And the reported case actually we published in the newspaper on March 8, and the total positive case right now about 1 million, and up to 21st June, the death number of COVID number by COVID is about 14,000. So the number is not high, but the risk is getting very, I think we believe is very risky. So there are some following reasons for a widespread COVID-19 infection in Bangladesh. So what are the reasons? People's poor awareness, high risk factors, coronavirus approach, conservative approach in diagnosis, insufficient healthcare facilities, flexibility in lockdown. I think this situation is also similar, I think, in India or some other developing countries. So religious belief. So this picture actually, which actually shown in the slide, the total case confirmed case and the death case. So you can see the curve is just rising rapidly. So next slide, please. So since the middle of March, many newspapers have given full coverage for about the COVID issues. In many newspapers, we found many editorials, commentaries, and interviews. So it's a lot of coverage in the newspaper. Sometimes we found 100% coverage about the COVID issues in the newspaper, in Bangladeshi newspapers. So almost every newspaper published many photos regarding impact of COVID-19 and many advertisements, many commercials in the newspapers. So in the commercials, actually, the message was what coronavirus is and how it spreads, how we can protect it. So this kind of message we found in the advertisement. Next, please. Okay, so we actually developed a newspaper content-based table, and we made few themes like global new virus. So finger crossed new virus. So in that content, there are many news items like virus source. So there are some conspiracy theories in the newspaper. Some people tell that is actually developed in the lab, or some people tell about the virus is developed in the market or some other places. So contagious issues, world infections and deaths, vaccine discovery and trial. So there are a lot of issues about this new virus. Then we are used to about one other thing, that is some much talked issues. We actually mentioned much talked issues in the newspaper, like home quarantine. Being a health geographer, we are used to this term, quarantine, when actually this term was quite used in the domain of tuberculosis or HIV/AIDS even. So home quarantine, social distancing, personal protective equipment, PPE, mask, isolation, testing kits, hotspot, stay home, lockdown, COVID-19 positive. Before COVID-19, we are used to HIV positive, but now we are very used to this term, COVID-19 positive. So, and fake reports. So, and misconceptions and rumors, this and another theme. So for example, some people in Bangladesh actually they believe that coronavirus don't affect Bangladeshi people because Bangladesh is a Muslim majority country. So they believe that there are some myths. So Muslim would not be affected. There are some other myths like pork eaters or alcohol drinkers would highly be affected. So if you follow religious rituals strictly, you will not be affected by COVID-19 or coronavirus. So there are some other things like everyday sufferings and harassment in the newspaper. So there are a lot of news in the newspaper like price hiking, limited access to healthcare workers, highly transmitted people, poor socialization, different prejudice or discrimination. There are a lot of news about this discrimination. I have a limited information about Indian newspapers or some other, but in Bangladesh there are a lot of issues in the newspaper. So, and there are another themes I can share: national impact of COVID-19 on different issues like education, business, food supply, environment, something like this. So next slide, please. So now I'd like to share some of our findings. I'd like to express my gratitude to my co-authors or co-researchers who actually worked with me. We worked in a team actually. So we conducted many studies And we published 2 papers meanwhile. One of our paper published in PLOS One. You can find PLOS One in the net online, and we published another paper in Asia Pacific Journal of Public Health, which actually based in SAGE. So the first journal, first paper we actually attempted, people's response to COVID-19. We actually surveyed on 1,837 respondents, and interestingly, in March, 83% respondents has the wrong notion or conception how coronavirus transmits to people. So majority of the respondents are somehow stressed or anxious. So the attitude of the mass people towards social distancing is still doubtful. They are quite, they don't know what's the meaning of social distancing. Next slide, please. Okay, so they're skeptical about the virus. So they're confused whether Bangladesh should be affected, because as I mentioned earlier, that mentioned in also newspaper that they believe that Bangladesh would not be affected because of religious rituals. So 80% people claim that they will avoid crowded places. Approximately 61% of them think that awareness level among general people are little or increasing. So the level of awareness was so poor. So majority of the respondents expect high possibility of spread of COVID-19 with high fatality, as they have little knowledge about the COVID-19 issues. So next slide, please. So poor standings of COVID-19. We actually managed another study on poor people. So the first paper was based on literate, usually on literate people. So, and the second study was based on poor people. The sample size was 576. And interestingly, 24% respondents think that the disease is a curse from God. As we are involving with many sin or many misdeeds, not only in the state, but also in the community level or in personal level. So God will curse. So this is the curse from God. So the virus is coming to us. So a majority of respondents are confused or they don't know what are the symptoms of COVID-19. So when we asked them from coronavirus has arrived, so 6 people out of 10 just they mentioned that is coming from China. Yeah, it's coming from China. So next, please. Okay. So regarding the precautions about this virus, so one girl, a domestic worker named Parul, 29 years old, she just mentioned that in the slum, we live in a small house, so we have no way to maintain the social distancing, nothing possible to maintain washing hands again and again and using gloves. So this is the common picture of poor people. I think this is common also in India. Many people believe that only God knows who will be the most affected people, infected by this virus. So Rubina, a construction helper, she thinks we will be the most affected person as we poor. We have the low access to doctor or hospital because of our financial constraints. So interestingly, about 12% people have no idea about the virus. So next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we asked people, do you think Bangladesh will be affected? Do you think Bangladesh will be affected? So 60% think that Bangladesh will be affected, but not much. So one of them actually mentioned that Bangladesh is an Islamic country. So if we pray to God, I believe the virus will not spread. So for your information, we actually compiled both quantitative and qualitative method approach. So 1/3 people aware about the densely populated urban areas would be more affected, or slum areas or industrial areas would be more affected. So 60% respondents think that daily earners like rickshaw pullers, vegetable traders would be more affected by this coronavirus. So 80% commented that they need to go outside. They don't have any other option rather going outside. So when they are going outside, they have the possibility to get the virus with them. So we managed another study with healthcare workers. And healthcare workers means not only doctors, we actually managed nurse and other staffs, those who are working with doctors or in a hospital setting. So the sample size was 811, and we managed to survey in 39 COVID-19 dedicated hospitals across the country. So the survey was conducted in May and June. So right now, up to now, so 8,000 healthcare workers just affected by this virus. But 57% healthcare workers mentioned that their respective hospitals actually recommended them to involve in this with the patients. So, but they had no experience, just 1 or 2 months experience. So, there was actually a scope to training them when we actually heard about the coronavirus in China. So these are loopholes. Okay, 56% participants attended in training. So on the use of personal protective equipments like PPE, hand hygiene, respiratory hygiene, or cough etiquette. But 14% participants didn't attend in any training events. So I think you understand how people are getting risk without having training or any guidelines. So I just mentioned 34% participants didn't read any guidelines. Only 14% participants reported to change PPE after attending a COVID patient, but 55% healthcare workers changed their PPE or other gloves or other things after every roster. So this is the main issue, how healthcare workers are getting infected by coronavirus. So after almost all of the practice proper hygiene when they return home after from hospitals, 35% participants went under quarantine after their duty restore. So you just understand that remaining 64% people don't consider the quarantine issues. Okay. Yes. Survey results show that about 60% participants did not perform SARS-CoV test during their service in dedicated hospitals. So it's another risk factor for the healthcare. I have to mention one thing here. The situation is right now increasing. Situation is right now much better than previous time. So I'm mentioning here the results which actually collected in last May and June. So it's 1 year back. We just collected this information 1 year back. So after about 50% participants claim that due to overload they are just in stress, and 57% commented high possibility of getting infected COVID-19. So like other countries, healthcare workers in Bangladesh also been affected by COVID-19 positives due to late diagnosis of COVID-19. Next, please. Another study on poor's livelihood. The sample size was 695 people, 95 lower income people, and in this study actually we tried to look on how coronavirus or COVID issues impact on their livelihood. So due to this situation, I think this situation is also similar in India. I have no idea about the South Africa, but we actually studied some literature about India or Pakistan or some countries of South Asia. So the situation is quite similar about the poor's livelihood. So due to country lockdown, many poor people actually worried about how they will manage their everyday life or family demands. So the study found that 94% of the respondents' livelihood was affected by the COVID-19 outbreak. So a 29 years old housemaid actually stated, quote unquote, "I live in Islam and I and my rickshaw puller husband are jobless now. We have borrowed some money from others. How can we survive if the situation goes like this? Everyone is tensed about the livelihoods. Coronavirus made us poorer and destroyed all our future." Next, please. Needy people actually couldn't follow the government restrictions. Few days after general holiday or lockdown, or public started to move outside in search of livelihood means. So a daily earner actually mentioned, like me, the daily earners and middle class families are suffering the most because they have limited choices for their life and livelihood. So many people are compelled to go outside to earn a minimum income. As empty stomach doesn't listen to anything, the poor have to move outside as they do not have food in their house. So to get relief from this financial burden, the government actually provided many assistance. For example, relief or vulnerable group feeding. So the government of Bangladesh actually started many schemes for the poor. So, but 53% respondents didn't receive any sort of assistance during the COVID-19 issues. So, here I like to mention that some people actually expected more or much relief from the government. So sometimes they mentioned that they didn't receive that much of amount what they are expecting. Next slide, please. Okay, among those who received government relief, only 11% received once a week. Anyway, 29% of the respondents reported that they got help from other agencies. So some people, I like to mention that apart from government help, some people actually received many help from other agencies, like some people voluntarily help the poor, some NGOs, some private organizations, some charity organizations actually help the poor. So one man, 39 years old farmer, actually mentioned that I received government relief once in the last 2 months. We need more support as we depend on everyday earnings. I don't have any savings, so I expect more aid from different people, including the government. We cannot take much food in our family meals. We have no option but die from hunger if this condition remains for a few more months. So they just mentioned one more thing that coronavirus, their hunger is more stronger than coronavirus. So okay, thank you. Impact on mental stress. We actually just completed another study on mental stress, and the sample size is 1,003. So we found two issues: stress, level of stress, and panic. We actually tried to explore these three issues, and we found people are psychologically stressed The majority of the respondents say they are feeling stressed due to the outbreak, and they are actually worried about their job loss, income loss due to lockdown. So next, please. A garments worker expressed her feelings. We are suffering from different mental stresses, as no cash in hand. So we don't know how we'll face the future. We cannot sleep properly at night. It is better to die of coronavirus than hunger. Most people cannot eat properly, eat only once a day. We are scared of our future. If the situation continues, we would not survive. Most poor have been living, passing a horrible time, as most of them borrowing money to manage their everyday meals. So debt is increasing. Only God knows what will happen. So people become fatalistic. So they have no other choice. So because their incomes gradually decreasing. So respondents working in industries. So many people, those who are involving in informal sectors, so they're just mentioning that they are in stress. So next please. I just want to avoid some issues due to time shortage. So response to vaccine acceptance, is a very vital issue for the developing countries, as a lot of people are illiterate. When we asked, do you have any idea about the vaccine, or do you want to take vaccine? Why we will take vaccine? So when we ask this kind of question, people answered very, some people become surprised, some people become very worried. Why? So they answered like this way: why we will take vaccine? We have a belief in God. So why do we want to take vaccine? So also, so first of all, I like to share. We actually conducted this survey on 4,000 people, more than 4,000 people used both telephone and physical interview. So we found that 93% people heard about the vaccine issue from newspaper, television news, or social media, especially Facebook. Among them, 37%, only 37% people are confident and believe that vaccine could control that disease. So it's a very terrible message for the government or for the community. So only 21% answered correctly that 2 doses of vaccine are required for every person, and 46% participants opened that the vaccine has side effects. So next, please. Okay, regarding the vaccine acceptance, only 61% of the Bangladeshi population are willing to take a COVID-19 vaccine. For your information, we actually surveyed, reviewed a lot of literature. So the situation is quite similar in the developing countries. In some countries, the rate is more than 70% or 75%, but in some countries, the rate below 50. So in that sense, the Bangladeshi acceptance rate is quite okay. And middle-aged people shown maximum willingness to take the vaccine. Around 75% people pointed out their own protection, and about 37% identified a reduction of transmission of the disease as the cause of their acceptance. When we asked them, do you want to take Bangladeshi-made vaccine? And most of the people, like 89% people, answered yes. The government of Bangladesh actually are taking vaccines from most of the vaccines from the Serum Institute of India, which is actually situated in Pune. We actually received a lot of vaccines, more than I think 1 crore, 10 million vaccines from Pune, Serum Institute, and a lot of vaccines actually gifted by the Honorable Prime Minister of India to the Bangladeshi government. So we are very grateful to Indian government and Indian people as well. So for the gift. So about 19% respondents interestingly rejected the idea of taking a vaccine only due to religious cause, because they believe that only God can save them. So I think the situation is quite similar. I don't have any idea whether any studies conducted in India about this vaccine acceptance or religious issues come out in these issues. So, but the situation is Bangladesh is about 20% people don't want to take vaccine due to religious issues. So what I'm nearly close the presentation. So what about the implications for mitigation measures? The situation, the COVID issues actually is a public health management issue. So it's a contagious infectious disease, and it's affecting not only in the developed world, it's also affecting the developing and underdeveloped countries like Bangladesh. So the Bangladeshi awareness level is poor, and the attitude is poor, and ultimately the attitude and knowledge is reflected in the practice too. So knowledge is poor, attitude is poor, and the practice is poor. Necessary and steps and plans should be deployed by the government for increasing the knowledge, attitude, and practice as well. So next, please. Okay, COVID-19 badly affect the livelihoods. So not only in Bangladesh, I think is happening in the whole world. So more than 10 million people are become marginalized due to this pandemic. So in order to actually support the marginalized people, government should declare stimulus package and social safety net. For your information, Bangladeshi government recently introduced some social safety net programs. So some people are receiving some kind of food package like rice, lentils, oil, onions in a package. So and some people are receiving money, cash money. So on a priority basis, the financial incentives should be given to the poverty-stricken, disadvantaged communities or underprivileged people. Otherwise, disease transmission would prolong, because when people will go out for their job or for getting income, people would be affected by this virus. So next, please. Okay, so the mental health and well-being of whole societies, particularly for vulnerable populations, have been severely impacted by the COVID-19, are a priority to be addressed urgently. So some people are become very stressed. I think this situation is happening in every family, because all of our boys or girls, those who are living with every family, so all family members are suffering from this disease or mental problems. So policymakers should adopt this proper strategy to ensure safe working environment along with capacity development for healthcare workers. So if the healthcare workers are safe, the patients will be more safe from this virus. So next, please. Vaccination against this virus is the most effective therapeutic way to control this pandemic. And there are some challenges about these vaccinations, and we can say vaccine procurement, distribution, and implementation. Right now, Bangladesh is actually facing this kind of problem. When Serum Institute stopped the supply of vaccine, Bangladeshi government is trying to explore some other sources to procure vaccine from other countries like China or Russia. Successful vaccination programs depends on people's knowledge. So we have to emphasize people to increase people's knowledge to take vaccine, because this is the only way, therapeutic way to get relief from this pandemic. We suggest mass awareness creation, uninterrupted supply, and equitable distribution. We don't need any discrimination about vaccination. We should to emphasize about this equal distribution of vaccine to all people. So next please, and I think this is the last slide. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought huge socioeconomic and psychological sufferings in human life all over the world, especially in developing countries like Bangladesh. So future studies can accommodate most issues. So here I like to express my interest. There should be some research, like the situation of Bangladesh, the situation of vaccination programs, or knowledge, attitude, and practice of poor peoples regarding COVID-19. And what about the situation of India, Sri Lanka, or other countries? So research can be done with greater community. Especially by the geographers or health geographers or sociologists, because we have to know about if we want to know the society, we have to know the response, how people are responding, or what about the understandings of the of this virus. So we need knowledge base and better capacity of this mass people and authority. And finally, I like to say last line, COVID-19 needs both therapeutic and non-therapeutic solutions, because world leaders should come forward to control or to stop this virus. So both ways, therapeutic and non-therapeutic. Therapeutic means vaccinations, treatment, and non-therapeutic means to increase the level of knowledge. So we hope the situation after 6 months will improve if we have the better knowledge and better capacity. So last slide, I think, thank you all for inviting me in this session. It's a wonderful program. I like to thank to all for inviting me in this session. So I found a lot of geographers there. So it's a great privilege for me to share of my findings. Some of our findings actually are coming, will be published soon in some good paper, good journals. So I wish you all the best of this session and following sessions. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alakpur, sir, for this wonderful presentation in this COVID situation. Thank you once again. Now,
Hello, good afternoon, all of you. I am audible? Sir, I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Good afternoon, all of you. Hearty congratulations, Alok sir, Your speech was very effective, wonderful, necessary for today's life and many more. Firstly, I congratulate to our friend, Principal Dr. Mahadev Walun and Principal Dr. Ranjan Kolita. And also congratulate to convener, Dr. Prashant Chaure and Dr. Mr. Ramesh Sarkar and my friend Santosh Mani and others. The theme of the conference is changing perspective of language, literature, social science and social sciences. The biggest question facing the world right now is now COVID. It's the only one. Or that everyone is the world is trying their best to survive. Dr. Alok Paul from Bangladesh have given very good information regarding COVID-19. He has given essential information for us like source of the virus today, day-to-day details of COVID-19. He explained situation of Bangladesh and also in India's COVID-19. This is a recent topic. Everyone have known COVID-19, but everyone have suffered from this virus. Is it man-made or natural? I don't know. We don't know exactly. These types of many viruses will come in your future. But why happen this situation? Why man is in danger zone? Who is responsible for this situation? First Prime Minister of our India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, have written in Discovery of India. If other animals can talk each other, he has written, definitely I say that they can't good talk about man. This situation how responsible for only man. It means that man has responsible for this situation. Many plants and animals are damaged. Lastly, we are in danger zone. COVID-19, this virus found in Wuhan city, means Alok have given some information. Just I have taken some points from Dr. Alok Paul's speech. How the world is rapidly changing. Firstly, people do not have enough food. In many developing countries, the lack of the people safety net means those newly out of work may not be able to offer sufficient food. While people in developed countries are likely to face dispersion in the food supply side, given the agriculture production in these countries relies on dispersion global supply chains. Then infection diseases will rise. The current dispersion of the minimization services will result in the more children die. Moreover, nearly 3/4 of the population in sub-Saharan Africa lack necessary hand washing facilities at home. A fundamental way prevent the spread of COVID-19 and other illnesses. Then many students are no longer receiving education. By mid-February 2020, 300 million learners were affected by nationwide closure of schools and universities. 2 months later, this number grew newly 1.6 billion students in 192 countries, and now representing more than 98% of the students. Only a small number of countries have not closed any schools. It's rarely some schools are going on, but all schools are closed. Then unemployment skyrockets. The ILO reports a huge drop in the global workforce in countries because of workplace closures. In many cases, in this properly people into poverty. Poverty is increased day by day, and this situation that poverty is increased in every country. Then access to ICT is more important than ever. Many individuals and households are using information communication technology, means ICT, to minimize the dispersion in their daily lives, including working and learning from the home. shopping online and more. And other, there is vast inadequacy in access to the ICT within the across country. For example, the average fixed broadband internet subscription rate over 20 times higher in developing countries. Then travel and communications are more difficult. Border closed, travel bans and quarantine measures have hit the tourism sector very hard. Within a predicted deadline of 60%, 80% in international tourism in the year, and many countries have depended on the tourism, but they have very lost in this period. Then we need good data more than ever. We all need high quality information to access, reach, and make the best decision of the navigations and the crisis. The report benefited from investment in statistical capacity of the last decade or so. Unfortunately, the economic and social fallout from COVID-19 is likely to hurt statistical capacity in many corners of the world. The world is shortened. The speed and the reach of this pandemic demonstrated more than ever that we all need high quality information to understanding what is happening, access this risk, and make the best decision to navigate the crisis. Means vaccination is the solution in COVID-19. Alok sir has given very good information. You may heard and news to stock market and crisis in the last few days after the outbreak of the coronavirus. You may have read or heard headlines like Corona hurt economy, Corona causes stock market crisis, investors have damage, and many more things. I can talk on hours and hours, but now organizers have given me only 10 minutes, and that 10 minutes is completed. So organizers have given me the opportunity. This is my pleasure. Thank you very much for all organizers, especially Principal Dr. Mahadev Waluj and Santosh Mane and Saure sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This session is very fruitful in COVID situation. Thank you once again. Now I am thank Dr. Alok Paul for expressing his view on understanding and response to the outbreak of COVID-19 in Bangladesh, implication for mitigation measures. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Then I thank Dr. Jyotiram More, today's chairperson, and BOS chairman, Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, and head of Department of Geography, BGS College, Wagoli, for making an appropriate comments on Dr. Alok Paul's presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I also thank Dr. Lakshmi Mushahari Madam for introducing resource person and chairperson of this session. Thank you very much, madam. And last but not the least, I thank all the participants who had actively participated in this session. Thank you all. Soon, the third session will begin. I hand over charge to Dr. Rakesh Maulik sir and request him to start third session. Thank you all. Dr. Rakesh Maulik sir.
Yes, I'm there. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So beginning with session 3. Good afternoon and welcome one and all to this third session of our online e-conference. Now, being positive, I would say perhaps this is one of the good impacts of the pandemic on education, that we are enjoying this beautiful conference from the comfort of our homes. So I am Dr. Rakesh Maulik, Assistant Professor in the Department of Physics at Rangapara College. We have just come across 2 wonderful sessions with a lot of insightful discussion, and now about to start the third session of the day. So in this session, we are happy to have among us Dr. Ashok D. Hanjagi, Professor of Department of Botany, Department of Geography, Bangalore University. Professor Hanjagi will enlighten us with his talk on changing perspectives of science with respect of earth sciences. I heartily welcome you, sir, to this session. Followed by this, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Devendra Parikh, Head of the Department of Physics, Bhopal Novels University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. I'm happy to announce that Professor Parikh will chair this session, and thank you, sir, for the honor. I would now like to request Professor Balasaheb Raut, Professor of Ratnagiri College, to kindly introduce our session chairperson and the chief guest. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh Maulik, sir. It's my immense pleasure and honor to introduce today's chairperson for session 3 of Multidisciplinary Online International E-Commerce on Changing Perspectives of Language, Literature, Science, Social Science. Honorable Dr. Devendra Parikh, sir, MSc Physics, PhD, HOD Department.
Raut sir, you are mute now, Raut sir. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Now you are audible.
Yes. Honorable Dr. Devendra Parikh, sir, MSc Physics, PhD. Dr. Sir is head of the Department of Physics, Bhopal's Noble University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Honorable Sir is specialization in astronomy and astrophysics and 14 years teaching and 10 years research experience. He has published 6 papers at national level and also presented 2 papers in national conferences. He is professional member of SMRI Space RFA. His valuable contribution and achievement in postdoctoral. Thank you, sir, for joining with us for collaboration of knowledge. Next, I would like to introduce resource person, Honorable Dr. Ashok D. Anjagi, sir. It's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed resource person and dynamic personality in the field of education, Dr. Ashok Anjagi, sir. His academic qualification is MSc, PhD, PDF. Dr. Ashok D. Anjagi is a professor in Department of Geography, Bangalore University, Bangalore. He served 21 years as a lecturer, reader, and associate professor in the field of geography and also actively involved in the community services in connection with planning, monitoring of lakes, city environments, mapping of towns and villages using spatial technologies. Lake Development Authorities, Town Planning Development, Karnataka State, Remote Sensing Application Centers are the examples. He worked as a member of various committees, BOE Chairman and Chief Custodian, NET Observer, etc. As a director and coordinator, he organized several workshops and training to spread spatial technologies among teachers and researchers in India. Delivered around 65 sessions for students, research scholars, and teachers in India. Sir has given keynote address and as a work as a resource person for more than 125 conferences. Under his guidance, 8 PhD aspirants completed their PhD, 9 PhD aspirants are under process, and 2 candidates are taking guidance for postdoctoral fellowship, that is PDF. Sir has attended seminars and papers presented at national and international level 35 and 75. Sir is member of professional societies at national and international level more than 12. He has selected as one of the mentor for NEP 2020 by MHRD, Government of India, as well as one of the expert member of the Earth Science stream, NEP 2020 for Karnataka State. Awarded for notable awards for special contribution in the field of academy, research and environment. Notable awards like Best Citizen of India by International Publishing House, then UK Commonwealth Fellowship by UGC, India and Commonwealth Office. Also one of the notable award, that is Research Award Postdoctoral by UGC New Delhi. And one important thing, that is one more award regarding the Visiting Fellowship Award by Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi. Sir has given great contribution in the environmental solutions. So Environmentalist of year 2007 by National Environment Science Academy, New Delhi, awarded to Sir. Also, Sir has given international level also contribution. So for that, Australian Endeavour Executive Award by Straining International and Government of Australia. Sir has visited several countries like USA, Australia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Hong Kong, England, Thailand, Malaysia, Ireland, Scotland, Germany, Oman, Canada, China, UAE. So it's our pleasure that Sir is with us. Thank you, Sir, for being with us. We are eagerly waiting for your presentation. Over to you, Dr. Rakesh Maulik, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing our session chairperson as well as the resource person of today's session, So I would now like to kindly request Professor Ashok Hanjagi, sir, to start his presentation so that we all get enlightened from his talk. Over to you,
thank you very much for introducing me. And first of all, let me congratulate College of Arts, Bhigwan, that is Maharashtra, India, and Rangapara College, Amari Bhari, Assam, and for conducting one-day multidisciplinary online international conference. And for this, I would like to congratulate Dr. Ranjan Kalita, Dr. Prashant Charve, and Dr. Santosh Mane, and many others organizers for a great effort putting in for conducting such a big event. And now over to the presentation. Allow me to have this actually. Somebody is a nodal officer could help me. I'm sharing and my video. Yeah. Whether my presentation is visible?
No, sir. Yeah.
Hello.
Now it's coming now.
Now it's visible.
Yeah, it's visible now.
It's coming. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now you might be knowing the science or social science that you have taken a very good topic, language, literature, science, social science. See, all the disciplines are highly dynamic. They keep changing every time, every year, or every maybe a decade or something like that. Here, topic I have chosen is changing perspectives of science with respect to the earth science. Earth science, you might be knowing, it is not a standstill. It is not a static. It is highly mobile. It changes rapidly due to technology that are existed over here, and people getting a lot of innovative ideas and technology that we have developed are the innovative. Hence, this is changing. If you see the science, 4 billion years ago, the earth has formed, and it has taken almost 4 billion years to come to a present form. We have all the phenomena on this earth surface. But if you look at this picture, the man arrives around just 4,000 years ago, but he leads primitive life. He leads the traditional life. Then there was not much science at all. Then science will improves day by day. Later on, when the chakra, what you call the cycle, is founded, then the science improves. Then if you see how the technology improved over the years, over the decade, and now we have come today, space science. So lots of the satellites, the communication satellites, land satellites, ocean satellites, and in the space, and they are looking at the surface, they are gathering lot of information. Now man has improved his ideas, the explorations have been, made major things have been changed these days. The science has changed its face. If you compare the other decades or many centuries, if you go back, the earth science is a study of the earth's atmosphere, like meteorology, atmospheric science, the water flowing on this beneath the surface, that is hydrology, and seas, oceans, oceanography, we call it as, all put together, we call it as earth science. This is study of the structure of the earth, properties, processes, and the processes that have happened 4.5 billion years. This we call it as a biotic evolution. So this is how earth has been developed, and how we come to know this through the science only, because science has been developed. It has given us a lot of knowledge and information. Because this we should know to understand the phenomena of the earth, to maintain the life on this earth surface. So hence the science is very much important. Expanding world population demands more resources these days, because we have 8 billion population. We need a science. We face increasing losses from natural hazards and release more pollutants to the air, water, land, and thereby degrading all the resources. What we need is the science. Science will tell us how to monitor, how to measure, how to come out with all these problems, issues that are existed, and to find out some solutions as well. Sustaining our existence requires scientific understanding. Without science, we can't do anything. Natural materials and processes linking to the geosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, and biosphere, all these things, to understand in between interlinking, we need a science. We need to develop a good science. Life prospers or fails at the surface of the earth where these environment intersect. So hence, these are most important. The knowledge gained and services provided by the earth scientists help a society to cope up with the environment in many ways. Scientists are, day by day, they are finding out new innovations. Their knowledge about the structure of the earth, static of the earth, chemical composition of the earth's crust helps us to locate resources to sustain and advance our life, because these are need of the hours. Otherwise, would not have prospered this way. Because nowadays you might have seen whole globe has become a small village due to the science, due to expanding horizon of the science. Understanding the forces in the crust, the natural processes on the surface allow us to geological environments such as damaging mining practices or proper waste disposal, gives us information to correct such practices and design more science allowed us to understand the lots of processes that are happening on this earth surface, within the earth or outside the earth, or even the atmosphere as well. A comprehensive perception of planetary physics will allow us to anticipate major changes in global environmental conditions and control or accumulate those changes. So these are the essential. Today you see the earth science are divided into many disciplines. These disciplines, if you look at the earth, the whole earth, what is there? We have a water and air. Above the earth, we have a water in the atmosphere. Surface of the earth, we have a water, and we have a underneath the surface, we have a water, and we have a huge water, saline water that we all together we call it as a hydrology. Then the converted part of the water, we call it the ice caps, we call it as a glaciers. It is called as a glaciology. Oceans all together, oceanography. Atmosphere, we call it as a meteorology.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. Are you changing the slides? Somehow I don't get to see this. Are you on the first slide or you are changing?
No, I'm changing. You
Sir,
don't require any help.
No, this is not.
Sorry.
Come, actually. This has not come. I mean, we are. I think we are not watching this change of slides somehow. Please, could you do it once again? I mean, go to the presentation.
No, I think I have done. It's visible. I can't understand. But however, you are listening to me.
Yeah, we are listening, sir.
Yeah, that is also there. But I don't know. You have to do something
sir,
from your end.
I mean, there is
I'm not.
Yeah, there is a button right in the bottom of your slide. There is called presentation mode. If you can turn it on, then you can.
It is turned on. Otherwise, there is one more option: stop sharing. That is also there.
No, don't stop sharing. I mean, right in your slides.
Yes.
Can't you do any person over there? Nodal officer
no,
who
sir,
is
it's
taking
from
care?
your side actually. This has to happen from your side.
Sir, you click on your PPT and click on next button. This is all, sir. Open your
Now,
PPT.
I will stop sharing now.
Yeah, and reshare, sir, and again reshare.
No, it's not. I don't understand.
No,
Yeah.
sir. Once again, share it. Present now. Go to the present now button.
Yes, I'll go there. Yes. Okay, a window. Then I will say share. Okay.
Okay, now it should start, sir. Wait for some time. Yeah, it is starting now. It is starting.
It's coming.
It's coming now. There is a button. Let me tell you the 1, 2, 3, fourth button. Right? Can you see the fourth button below at the bottom of your presentation? I mean the slide.
Now meetgoogle.com is sharing a window.
Yes.
Then there is a stop sharing and hide.
Okay,
is
you
there.
can start do one thing. You can just click F5 button. Press
Sorry.
F5 button.
No, that option is not here. I don't know why.
Okay.
That option is not here.
Okay, sir. You can, in that case, individually change the slide so that we can see. All right, sir. Continue, please.
Shall I continue or what?
Yeah, please continue, sir.
Yeah, I think I don't have any options. But otherwise, any coordinator who is managing from your end, because software is with you, you can do that.
Okay, sir.
You can do that. I think anyone, can do from your end.
I mean, the presentation
because
is...
I'm one of the presenter over here, but I can't do anything. But I can just share. I can stop sharing.
Yes. No, that's all.
I can put it on. That much I can do.
Okay, sir. Continue.
Send me your PPT. I'll share your PPT. Send me. Send your PPT. Me. Santosh Mane.
Send your PPT, sir. Then we will do it from our end.
Yes, sir.
No, it takes time now. Again, I have
but it will take time. Okay, sir. Continue, please.
Rather we continue. However, you are listening to me.
Yes.
Later on, I can share. Not an issue.
Yes, sir. Okay, fine.
Shall I continue?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah, I think that is better. That is better. Yes, this the water and air combination. This we call it as hydrological and atmospheric sciences. The air part we call it as atmospheric science, and the water part, whether it is surface water or under surface water or saline water or glacial water, the ice and all put together, we call it hydrologic, the science, as well as atmospheric science. This is one division. The second division under science is the physical and chemical makeup of the solid earth. One is liquid and air, another one is a solid. The solid earth, it is a study of minerals, we call it a mineralogy. The three main groups of rocks you may be knowing: igneous, sedimentary, metamorphic, all this. We also call it as a petrology, because the materials for fuels is lie hidden over there. Then chemistry of rocks, we call it a geochemistry. The structures of the rocks, we call it a structural geology. And the physical properties of the rock, earth surface and its interior, we call it as a geophysics. This group, we call it as a solid earth. One is water and air, second one is solid earth. The third division is the study of the landforms, we call it geomorphology, which is concerned with the description of the features of the present terrestrial surface and an analysis of the processes that gives rise them. So this is very important. Actually, geographers are focused on these landforms are keep changing always. Then geographers must be aware. They should develop a model, a theory, or technology to understand how and why these are happening, what rate they're happening. The fourth division is geological history of the earth. The geological history of the earth is a fundamental science that if you miss this, we cannot go ahead. We cannot understand the earth science, especially geography, geology, environmental science, botany. All this becomes meaningless until and unless you cannot understand the geological history of the earth. The study of the fossils, the fossil records, we call it as paleontology. The development of the sedimentary strata deposited typically over the millions of years, we call it as a stratigraphy. And the isotopic chemistry and age dating of the rocks, we call it as a geochronology. All this group is a fourth division, which is essential part of the earth science. The fifth division is applied earth sciences, dealing with the current practical applications beneficial to the society or human being. These include study of the fossils, fuels, that is oil, natural gas and coal, and oil reservoirs, mineral deposits, geothermal energy for electricity and heating, the structure and composition of the bedrock for the location of the bridges, nuclear reactors, roads, dams, and skyscrapers, and other buildings. We have hazards involving rock and mud avalanches, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and collapse of tunnels, and coastal cliffs and soil erosion. All these come under the applied earth sciences, which are most important for geographers, geologists, environmental scientists. The study of the sixth division, last division, is the study of the rock record on moon and planets and their satellites, that we call it as astrogeology. This field includes the investigation of relevant terrestrial features, namely tectites, the glossy objects resulting from the meteorites impacts, and astro problems. These are very, very essential. All these divisions, they come under the earth science. Now the earth science has been expanded. It has been changed. Even it is changing in days to come. If you see the whole earth, it works in a system. We cannot call as the whole earth as only earth. It should be the earth system, because it works in a system. What are main systems over here? The hydrological cycle, one of the system, it moves water from one sphere to another sphere. All these spheres, from geology, from biosphere to atmosphere, from atmosphere back to geosphere. Then it goes from hydrology. All these, the hydrological cycle, rock cycle also works like a cyclic format. See, when it removes from the rocks will be disintegrated, it will be separated, taken by winds and rain, deposited somewhere, then it will be sunk, then it will be moved, then with the plate tectonics, the energy is available either by solar energy above or from beneath the geothermal energy. All these things make this to happen. And another one, tectonic movement, it is called as a tectonic cycle, that these all the processes, these are all the processes work in a systematic manner, and change our earth. Change our earth in sense, atmospheric changes are happening. Then we have a geological, the earth surface is changing. I mean, the topography, landscapes and all that. Then we have a change in composition of the hydrology. Then we have the biosphere, that also changing. It is a due to continuous processes. Either we can call it a geological processes, or the ecological or environmental processes. These processes continuously changing. To understand these, what rate these are changing, how these are changing, what kind they are changing, we need a science properly. If you not have a very good science or technology with us, we are unable to understand all these the processes which are very, very essential for life sustaining on this earth. The division of the earth science supports proposal for research geared toward improving understanding the structure, composition, and evolution of the earth, the life supports, and the processes that governs the formation and behavior of the earth's materials. Here, we need a lot of research. How research comes? It is through science only. The experiments, that we have passed through all the centuries, decades. So this will make us understand the structure and composition of the earth. This is very essential for the life sustaining on the earth surface. The result of this research will create a better understanding of the earth's changing environments, because we know the earth is continuously changing. And how we know? We know through the research, that is through the science. And the natural distribution of the minerals, water biota, and energy resources, and these provide methods of predicting and mitigating the effects of geological hazards such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, floods, landslides. All these things can be predicted, understood, and analyzed better if we have a science, if we develop a science in a better way. Then there is a great science academy on this earth that we call it as NASA. That is National Aeronautics and Space Administration. It is totally taking care of the Earth's phenomena. This mission helps us to understand our planet's interconnected systems from global scale down to minute the processes. There are, I was telling, processes. They are globally happens. Some are happens in a big scale, and some are happening at a minute level. Grassroots level processes are also there. These processes can be understood by the NASA mission. There is a mission, and under this we have a ESD, Earth Science Division. This Earth Science Division delivers technology, global observations and applications that help us to map the myriad connections between our planet's vital processes and the climate effects of ongoing natural and human-caused changes. The naturally changes are happening that will be captured by this mission, and culturally human-made changes are also happening. These changes are being captured by this mission, NASA mission, Earth mission. We call it an ESD, Earth Science Division. This is available. How they do that? They do by satellites, by space technology, using observation from satellites, instruments on the International Space Station, airplanes, balloons, ships, and on land. The ESD, that is Earth Science Division, researchers collect data about the science of our planets, that is atmospheric motion and composition, land cover, land use, and vegetation, ocean currents, temperatures, and upper ocean life, and ice on land and sea. These data sets, which cover even the most remote areas of the earth, which we cannot see, we cannot go over there, are freely and openly available to anyone by the Earth Science Division, which works under NASA. So these a lot of data and information through the technological changes that are happening that NASA has made is really wonder. It is really appreciable. This Earth Science Division end-to-end development, launch, data collection, they analyze, they apply for its missions, including with its partners. There are so many partners spread over in the United States or these United Nations programs or UK people, many other Indian people are also some of the partners with them. They collect all these, the analyzed data information for further study, and even academicians, the students and teachers, researchers can get all this information and data for further study to understand the earth science properly. Now earth science growing, it is expanding. If you see the Earth System Observatory developed by the NASA, it's wonderful actually. In the 5 phases, they are collecting all the information. They are not leaving anything. They are collecting surface biology and geology, that we call it as earth surface and ecosystems. They collect the information regarding clouds, convections and precipitations all over the world, whether it is on land, on iceland, on the water or oceans. They collect the water and energy in the atmosphere will also be collected and analyzed by this NASA. Then we have aerosols. The particles in the atmosphere will also be collected from the NASA, and this information made available for the whole academician, whole researchers. Then we have a mass change, large scale mass redistribution will also be available, especially under the tectonic movements. They collect a lot of information. Surface deformation of the Earth's landscape will also be collected. This we call it as the Earth Science Dynamics. All these 5 divisions, the NASA is collecting a huge data continuously by its space program. Those are available in the space. Since many decades, since many years, these are continued. Severe weather pattern, the natural hazards, wildfires, global food production, all these things will be collected, on time, and these data are given to those people to understand better science, to analyze at the grassroots level and solve practical problems, that issues and problems existed in a local level or national level. These can be addressed by using this data and all. Each of these missions will deliver important environmental measurements taken together. As a single observatory, NASA will have a holistic 3D view of the Earth to better understand how our planet's complex system work together and improve our capability to predict how our climate may change. Because climate change nowadays, global warming and climate change is a major issue, because whole vulnerable group, almost 70% of the Earth's people are affected. These people are called as the vulnerable groups. So to understand this, the science, earth science is the earth science plays a major role, so that the geographers, the environmentalists, and all that they can understand the latest science, latest space technology that is involved in gathering information and all that. NASA open source science strategy is the key to bringing the data from these missions together into single observatory to help understand the Earth as a system, accelerate our ability to use the understanding. These observations will better inform decision makers on how our planet is changing with greater precision on previously unimaginable scales. from entire continents down to individual trees, from atmospheric to bedrock. See all the information, large scale to a small scale, or a huge land area to a small land area, from a big biosphere to a small tree. This information is available. And there are so many satellite programs. They are involved in taking this information. Atmosphere related, some satellites take information, and the resource related, the marine resource related, some satellites are involved in taking information. For land information, there are so many satellites involved. For aerosols, there are other satellites involved. Like this series of satellites, continuously it is launching, stationing over there, and taking all this information. More scientific, the academicians, scientists are involved here, and it is expanding every day, every year, every decade, and there is no limit for this. There is no limit for science. Even COVID also, during COVID situation, it has continued to collect Earth observation data, capturing changes in our planet systems, particularly in response to the changes in human behavior during societal distance and related shutdowns. Even shutdowns period, human behavior, they have collected some information. They have collected information relating to the social distance, and the capturing changes in the response to the societal distancing also. So the NASA is involved in such information. And after that, there is one more agency involved in National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration. We call it as a NOAA. This agency equally collects huge information for geographers, geologists, environmentalists, many other earth science related, soil scientists, and there are stratigraphy people, hydrologists involved. So this NOAA collects huge information, especially urban heat islands effect. Detection are available. The the forest, from the soil, from the water, all these things, and these are easily captured. All these the academicians are people who can use, and now they have they are celebrating Biosphere Day. And the Forest Day, ecology related information to spread the science, to understand basic science of the earth, basic science of the earth's processes, basic science about the systems that are happening from grassroots level to a big level, mega level. All these things, there are 6 ways to be citizen of scientist. Anyone can become a scientist. Not necessarily you should study BSc or MSc program and all that. Any valuable person, any citizen of any country or a person of this earth, he can be scientist by way of understanding the earth's processes. Number 1, watch for whales. Whenever you are traveling in the water, in the ocean water, you can just share your whale sighting, so scientists can track their population and trend. Whenever, because these phenomena never seen. So if you are traveling, if you get some information, immediately you capture through your mobile and send this information. This scientist can use this and for further study. And second one, geocache for a good cause. That means gather field notes, photos, and GPS data for benchmarks for location and height data. This would help scientists or many others to understand the landscaping and track the tides. Whenever you are in the coastal area, if you are close to that coastal area, you can report local water levels and flood impacts to help the NOAA or help the scientists understand communicate about future floods. Based on this, they can predict also, collecting huge information. Then you can fight harmful algal blooms, collect water quality data that helps many scientists. Then you can be a sanctuary steward. You can pitch at a local marine sanctuary or estuarine research reserve, so that it is very helpful to the people for further study. Even Indian satellite system, IRS, is also involved, spreading science. I think myself, I have conducted more than 20 programs relating to this technology, space technology or remote sensing technology. We can call it a geospatial technology, including remote sensing, geographical information, or global positioning, or digital cartography. All these, they have a series of satellites, launched, and they are involved in getting land information system. So all these have given science more booming. And recently, IRNSS, Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, is also launched. It is working. There are few satellites. They focus towards the Indian subcontinent, not only India, surrounding countries like Myanmar, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Pakistan, the Indian Ocean islands, including Sri Lanka. All this information is available for scientific study. And applications of these IRNSS is terrestrial, aerial and marine navigation, disaster management, vehicle tracking and fleet management, integration with mobile phones, precise timing, which will help for military people, mapping and geodetic data capturing, terrestrial navigation aid for hikers and travelers in a mountainous region or glacial region, visual and voice navigations for drivers. All these things are available for the people. So this is how science is moving. So with this, what I would like to say final is, the science is not a standing water. Especially earth science is highly dynamic. You cannot expect how it is changing, because there are so many technologies, so many satellite or geospatial technologies are available to understand the whole earth system. So this is expanding day by day, day by day. So hence you have chosen a very good topic, that is changing perspectives of the science, social science. Under the science, I have taken earth science, wherein geography, especially physical geography, comes in. That physical geography, understanding physical geography, that needs a lot of technology. I would suggest all the participants, including organizers, to focus on the technology available and the theories that have been built and models that are being built by scientists, so that we can better understand the earth systems, earth processes, and earth phenomena that are distributed, which are essential for life sustaining, because we are all existing over here because these resources are there. The air that we breathe, it is needed. Good air, the quality air we need, because it is degraded. So how it is degraded, we want to know. Through the technology, we can understand. The land, especially soil, that we are producing huge production, the food production for 8 billion people. So that we need to have a very good fertile soil, nutrient soil. Now land has been degraded. Soil is eroding due to some urbanization or deforestation or heavy population, all these things. And then the water, it's been totally polluting. The hydrological cycle is a natural phenomena that happens, but it's been disturbed. It's been disturbed. And how this process happens and where we have made mistakes, how the solutions are to be made, all this science will tell us. The scientific way of handling the life, leading life, is very, very essential for all of us. With this, I thank you all organizers for giving me an opportunity at talking to you. And if you have any queries, I'm really open for this. Thank you very much. Over to the organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your nice and illuminating talk. You have rightly expressed your views and rightly described the role of technology to understand our Earth better. And in fact, I especially like your statement that anyone can be a scientist. Only thing is that he has to have the right mentality and he has to start working towards it. So I would just like to invite some one or two questions.
Am I seeing you? Can you see? But here I cannot observe. But I don't know. Somebody is monitoring over there.
Okay. I don't think, sir. Okay.
Something wrong from organizer side. Okay. No problem.
All right. Anyway, I would just like to invite one or two questions as the time is tight.
Yeah, please.
So, yeah. So if anyone from the participant side have any questions regarding this, you can please raise that. Well, sir, meanwhile, if I have one question actually,
please.
It's like, as you have expressed, sir, I see a lot of scopes of interdisciplinary research in this particular thing, because you have space technologies on one side, you have that whole dynamics on the surface of the Earth that is changing. So how actually, and in most of the cases, we do not see the rightful approach of interdisciplinary research in our universities or colleges. So could you put some light on this? How should one progress, or how should we, or what maybe the funding agencies where we can approach?
Yeah, there are funding agencies are more maybe regional level, national level, even global level as well. But the thing is that first of all, if you want to have fundings, or if you want to have a major research programs, especially in the multidisciplinary stream, one should be very careful actually. First of all, we should understand our ability to handle, our capability to go ahead, and our understanding and how best we can finish this project work, the research work. That's most important. So for that, you should have a basic, the foundation. In a particular field, you should have completed many, at least some research. You should have a basic, ideas, background. If that is there, and if there are people who can add colors, who are from same or more or less same stream, then definitely funding agency would support you. But if the research proposal is very poor, and if you don't have a strong foundation, a strong base, or your partners are not up to the mark, or not belongs to the stream you are requested for, there we fail. So these are all plans and strategies under which we need to work out, and we need to go ahead. There are like Department of Science and Technology is there, Ministry of the Earth and Atmospheric Science is also there. Then we have international level. There are so many agencies which are involved in the funding under the what is that? We have Commonwealth programs. We have Erasmus Mundus program in Europe countries. Then we have this one Australian program. There are so many programs are there actually, but it is a person who should be very, very strong enough to capture all these opportunities. Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your nice talk, nice illuminating
Hello,
talk.
sir.
Yeah, please.
Hello, sir.
Who's speaking?
I am Raman Goswami. Sir.
Yeah, please.
Scholar of Magadha University.
Please go, Swami.
Sir,
Please tell me.
Sir, as
Yes.
the situation is not okay now.
Sorry?
Because of the pandemic. The situation is not better, not okay now because of the pandemic.
That is true. That is true. This is time being.
There are so many scholars. There are so many brilliant students in everywhere in this India who are lacking technological support. And how for them now this time multidisciplinary studies, and how can they go ahead in this time? There are so many technical issues. They have even not smartphones. Their parents are jobless. They are not even giving their fees, paying, etc., etc. So it's a worst situation for everyone. The people like us, who are now related, so many webinars, so many seminars, so many e-conferences. It is true for them, sir. But we are actually in a trouble mood, sir. We have to wait that someday, the sun will arise again for everyone. And on that day, it will go ahead, sir. Until not, sir. It is my personal opinion, sir. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, Mr. Goswami, you are right. I do understand because we are in an unprecedented situation because this is a global, biological disaster. I cannot deny. But we are academicians. We are not administrators. We are not a politicians.